Jeremy Affeldt to honor as well before we get going. It is our Mountain Mike's first pitch here on Giants Pregame Live, presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza. Ahmed Fareed here with Tim Flannery. Tim, usually for the Giants, game 162 means you're getting ready for some postseason baseball. Not the case this year.
Not the case this year, and instead the boys are in there, and I dragged you in the clubhouse as well, and you got to see them packing and getting ready for the offseason. After this game, they'll all take off and go back to their homes and their families and get strong again to do it all again next season.
They were like, outsider, get out of here, Fareed.
No,
we don't need you in here.
We brought him in all the way in.
So, toe the rubber here, Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. The guy's going to be on the mound here. Christian Bergman versus Matt Cain. Matt Cain making his first start since August 25th. He's pitched just 3 innings in relief since then, so not a lot of work for him, but good to see him get the start here today.
And Dave Righetti said it's an important start for him, and he has been pitching a lot on the side. His arm strength's built up. I don't know how deep in the game he'll go, but more than anything, they just want him to get that taste in his body, in his mouth, to be able to come back and get right in this rotation next year. I think it's a big start for Matty.
As we talked about yesterday, he's a big part of that rotation next year. You got Bumgarner, Peavy. The third most important might be Matt Cain.
You're exactly right, and he's always been the workhorse, and Dave Righetti's a little anxious to see his mechanics. He says he's throwing hard. He's got the strength. He just needs to locate the fastball better, and mechanically that's what he'll have to do that.
Get this start under his belt, get a good long offseason under his belt, too. Could be a lot stronger going into 2016. Now, let's take a look at the guys in the lineup for the Giants trying to get some runs from Matt Cain here. Posey is in there, as you see, first baseman, with Jackson Williams behind the plate. You got Duffy at third, Tomlinson, Pagano leading off again. The young guys in the outfield. So pretty much the basic lineup. You got no Crawford. We got Nick Noonan starting there at shortstop. Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. Flan, this is maybe the most exciting play in all of baseball, and especially when you're at third base, waving him home. The inside the park home runs, and we saw one yesterday, a highlight with Kelby Tomlinson.
It's beautiful. It takes a perfect storm. You know, the ball's hit. It's got to be hit in the right place. You got to have a little confusion when you get it out there. You've got to not assume that the third base coach is going to stop you. The scoreboard, the outs, everything plays into it. And it was just a great send. Roberto Kelly's first inside the park home run as a third base coach in the big leagues. You'll never
Affeldt, look what he did in the postseason. We talked about it yesterday, Flan. You can make the argument that he is the best postseason reliever the baseball has seen. That whip is the best for anyone who has as many innings as him. He was locked down in the postseason.
Really unbelievable if you think about it. I mean, he's had a couple of hiccups or so during the season, but when the big games came, he was big as anybody. Without him, and we told him that today when he came in to thank the coaches one by one for the 7 years here. We all said we would not have won one without you, Jeremy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, his numbers incredible. He signed with the Giants in 2009 season, 7 seasons with the Giants, 3 ERA just above that. It didn't give up a run in the whole postseason runs from 2012, 2014, 22 straight scoreless appearances in the postseason, one shy of Mariano Rivera's record. But you saw him in there. How's he doing? How's he holding up? You just saw him a little bit ago.
He's very emotional. I saw him in the parking lot when I came in. He started crying there. He's thanked everybody out in the clubhouse, the coaches, the players. He's been crying there. It's going to be a very emotional ceremony, and hey, it's real, too.
We got about 30 seconds before we send it to the ceremony. A guy that always wears emotions on his sleeve, would you say that?
Oh, yeah. You can count on it. And very sensitive, very thought out, and very sincere.
All right, we got a lot going on here at the park. Game number 162. As we said, the marathon ends right here, but we'll kick it all off with Jeremy Affeldt. The send-off to Jeremy Affeldt. Yesterday they had a video at Tim Hudson. We'll see what they do today for a guy who's spent a lot of really good years in San Francisco. We'll send it over to Rennell.
Good afternoon, Giants fans, and now please direct your attention to the field as we welcome our MC for today's special ceremony. Please welcome our friend from the Giants broadcast booth. It's Smooth, Dwayne Kuiper. Kuip?
We're still a little ways away. Here time.
All right, good afternoon. It's a great day to ignore football. That's what we're talking about. Well, we are honored here today to honor a terrific player, a fantastic husband and father, also a great teammate, not the inventor of the Scud, but someone who developed the Scud and getting better at it year after year. We are also honoring this gentleman for being a great teammate, a great defender and hitter. And Jeremy, as you stand over there, have I missed anything? No. Of course, we are here today to honor Jeremy Affeldt. We are joined by his teammates and coaches, the President and Chief Executive Officer, Larry Baer. Larry. Senior Vice President and General Manager, Bobby Evans, and several of Jeremy's family and friends are with us today, some of which we are about to introduce. His wife, Larissa. Where's Larissa? She deserves an award. Their children, Walker, Logan, and Colt. Right there. 1, 2, 3. And probably the main reason why Jeremy's going to say goodbye to this game. Jeremy's parents, Shar and David Affeldt, are here. Jeremy's in-laws, Pam and Mark Walker. I'd like to know their first impression of Jeremy. Jeremy's sister and brother-in-law, Nikki and Matt Kaiser, they're here, along with their kids, Malachi, Josiah, and Selah. There they are. Also, Giants manager Bruce Bochy, by the way. We cannot forget him. From the Youth Front Community Group of Kansas City, Mike and Vicki King. Jeremy's agent, Mike Moy, and his wife, Sharon. Jeremy's high school baseball coach from Colbert, Washington, Jack Hancock, and his wife, Carol. We're also joined by Dave and Ethan Batstone from the Not For Sale, and Cheryl and Adams, along with Sean, from Larkin Street Youth Services. Now let's take a look at the video board as we recognize, through video, Jeremy Affeldt.
Is there any pitcher that when Boch says go talk to him and you head out to the mound to talk to him, is there any one guy that you do not want to get near during the course of a ball game?
Well, yeah, mine's easy. It's Affeldt because, you know, it can be a broken bat hit through the infield and I get, jeez. Here we go again. Hey, am I dropping my arm a little bit? Is that ball sinking? Yes, it's great, Affeldt. Just throw the next pitch and be quiet, you know?
So there's a little comedy involved with Jeremy Affeldt.
Well, for me, not for him. I mean, he's dead serious.
Do you feel like the punching bag of the organization?
At times I do. I feel like today my feelings were hurt. I feel like you and I have really connected this year. Your eyes don't roll as much after a pitch. Do you feel that way too, or?
No.
When will we see the next Jeremy Affeldt at bat?
It won't happen. I can't see it happening. No. Yeah, he's too injury prone.
You've had some interesting injuries.
Jeremy Affeldt, Band-Aid bobblehead, something like that?
So you can hurt yourself with that.
That'll hurt. Well, I'm just saying. I'm very explosive, so like I can get out of the way of the ball, right? So I can kind of move.
I'm not going to say anything.
When I put on this uniform, I drive to the ballpark every day. This just feels like I've been doing it for a long time.
Since joining the team in 2009, Jeremy Affeldt has been an integral part of the Giants' bullpen.
Got him. Oh, that's a good hook right there.
You know, I don't start, I don't throw 7 innings, I don't hit homers, I don't steal bases. I got to come in for those 1 or 2 innings or 1 or 2 batters and make the best pitches possible.
With 14 years of Major League experience, the veteran reliever leads by example on a diverse pitching staff.
He's steady. You know, he comes to work every day ready to go.
Always does what he can to help his teammates out whenever way he can.
And he's a good role model in the bullpen, also teaching the young guys kind of the ropes and how to go about their business.
What he brings to that bullpen is something that a lot of managers can't take for granted.
Got him.
Through charity work and his own nonprofit organization, Jeremy's impact as a representative of the Giants community is recognized and respected throughout Major League Baseball.
I have a tattoo on my forearm that says, "No man shall live for himself." I want to live for other people. I want to take what's wrong and I want to try to make it right.
But you have to remember that when these two teams get on the field and we play with a ton of competition. But when the last out is made, that rivalry ends on the field. We ask that you respect that rivalry, and you respect each other as fans.
Nice job, stud. Proud of you, man. Thank you.
It's a selfless mentality. It's learning to have a reason for why you want to succeed in life.
Since 2009, he's put up great numbers, and when it comes to the postseason, he's been rock solid for us.
With the 3rd lowest ERA in postseason history, Jeremy's dominance during the playoffs cannot be overlooked.
You look at what Affeldt did through this whole thing. You could tell that man wanted to win games.
Only Mariano Rivera has had more consecutive scoreless appearances in the postseason.
Here's the pitch. He struck him out swinging. 2010 saving Jonathan Sanchez in Philadelphia. A big 4 outs in Detroit. The Royals are in a little bit of a roll. They're starting to feel pretty good. Affeldt comes in, quiets everything down. You have to have a bridge to the guy that you want to take you the rest of the way, and that's what Affeldt was.
To be able to say that I did those things and I accomplished those things, to say I was part of a dynasty and I was a part of these kind of playoff runs that we've had, is pretty awesome to me.
Very nicely done. And now, fans, please welcome back to AT&T Park a dear friend and certainly a member of our family and a Giant in his own right and a special friend of Jeremy Affeldt, Brian Stowe. With Brian are his parents, Ann and Dave Stowe.
Raise your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the field my friend, 2014 World Series Game 7 winning pitcher and 3-time world champion, number 41, Jeremy Affeldt.
All right, just a couple of quick highlights. In Jeremy's career, he signed with the Royals. He actually got to the World Series first with the Colorado Rockies. And then, of course, he shined in postseason in a Giants uniform. Great outing in Philadelphia, saved the day. Game 4 of the 2012 World Series. He strikes out Cabrera, Fielder, and Delman Young consecutively in the 8th inning. And then he saved his best for last, and he was the winning pitcher in Game 7 of the World Series last year. However, his impact on the community cannot be overlooked. He spoke to Giants fans here at AT&T Park after the unfortunate circumstances with his friend Brian Stowe. He told everybody that the rivalry really wasn't that important. He's part of the Not for Sale and has given generously his time to mentor and motivate homeless and at-risk kids through his support of Larkin Street Youth Services. Along with his wife, Larissa, he runs Generation Alive, which is a fabulous, fabulous organization. It goes without saying that Jeremy is a wonderful role model to all of us. But not only that, great enthusiasm in the Giants clubhouse. Where would the levity be in that clubhouse without him? And where would we have fun if not talking about Jeremy's injuries inflicted on himself? And we've also had the privilege of watching him hit and throw to first base. Underhand to first base. And now a few words from two people. First, Bruce Bochy, followed by Matt Cain. Skip.
Thank you. Thank you. Jeremy, I'm going to miss you. We're all going to miss you. And we're going to miss you for a lot of reasons. But there are a few things I'm not going to miss. And it's not too often you get to honor and roast a player. So I need to tell you the things that we're not going to miss. And Kai touched on them. You know, those scuds he's talking about. I know Buster and I are not going to miss those. You know, those calls I got on the off day where he did stab himself or He got beat up by one of his kids, and he had to go in the DL. I'm not going to miss those. And those at bats, they were awful. They really were. He's defined by what he did in the World Series, but I think what is even more amazing is how he got 3 hits. I still don't know how he did it. But congrats on that. But I tell you what I am going to miss. So for 7 years, this guy provided leadership in that clubhouse. He helped mentor these young players. He stepped up when we needed it. He stepped up when we needed someone to speak up. He was the team spokesman and just became a great role model for all these players. And as important as any of them is what you did on the field for us. For 7 years, he stabilized our bullpen. And here's a guy, because of our 3 world championships, played such a critical role, and it does not happen without Jeremy Affeldt. So Jeremy, thank you for helping us put 3 rings on our finger. Buddy, we're going to miss you. Enjoy your time with Larissa, the kids. Good luck, Larissa. He's all yours now. But thank you very much for all you did.
Well, thanks, Boach. You kind of took all my bullet points I was going to use. But, yeah, I mean, I can't really speak highly enough on this guy. You know, when we first got him in 2009, probably didn't leave the best impression with a lot of guys. He was pretty loud, pretty obnoxious, but you know what? That's Jeremy through in and throughout. And once you start to get used to him and you start hanging around him, you see the love that he has in his heart, and you see what he does with his family, and you see how much he cares for the guys. And you know, I mean, that's something special. That's something that you can't take away from a clubhouse, and it's something that is for sure the reason that we did what we did over the last 7 years with him here. It's going to be a lot different without him in the clubhouse, but definitely the trainers are happy. They'll actually have off days and not worry about him stabbing himself or doing everything else he could possibly do. But man, it's going to be a lot different. The guys really enjoyed you and just appreciate you being who you are, you know, from day one, and it's never changed. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Boach. Thank you, Matt. At this time, we'd like to honor your actions both on and off the field, and we welcome to the podium Giants President and CEO Larry Baer.
Thanks, Kai. Jeremy, on behalf of the Giants organization, we obviously congratulate you on your fantastic career in helping us win our first 3 world championships in San Francisco. The trophies are right over there to show it. While you will always be a world champion and associated with some of our most historic accomplishments as a franchise, your legacy as a Giant will go beyond that, and it will go to your accomplishments off the field. In my years in the game, in a couple of decades, I've never met a person with as much compassion, as much dedication, as much focus on serving others as you. In fact, you really are the most hands-on player in terms of community outreach we've ever seen in this community, in the Giants. Your unwavering support of all the Giants community initiatives, Strikeout Violence Day, Anti-Bullying Awareness, the Jefferson Awards, Larkin Street, Junior Giants, all the meet and greets. You know what? You never told us no. The answer was always yes. If we asked you to do 10 things and came up with an 11th, you'd be there to do number 11. Larissa, Walker, Colt, Logan, you have one really amazing husband and father. Mr. and Mrs. Affeldt, you have raised an amazing son. So our hearts and our appreciation go out to all of you for supporting Jeremy. just as a small token of our appreciation, Jeremy, for what you've meant to us, we thought the best way to honor your gift would be to make a charitable donation to your foundation, Generation Alive, on behalf of everybody in this community of Giants. We love you, and we look forward to seeing you a lot in the future, Jeremy and family.
Ready? All right, thanks, Larry. All right, we're about to hear Jeremy Affeldt. You've had a great career. It's really been an honor to have you in a Giants uniform. Today, as you walk away from the game, know that you have made an incredible impact on this organization, on our fans, and in this community. For one last time, forever Giant, Jeremy Affeldt.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, first of all, you know, part of my journey, and I want to say this because I'm going to forget if I don't, but part of my journey in this game is I've been with a lot of teams, and I can't think of a better way to retire against the opponent, excuse me, that we have here today with the Colorado Rockies. I appreciate you being a big part of my journey. You were the first team I went to the World Series with. Some of you were coaches when I was over there, and so I appreciate you guys coming out and watching this. I know some of you probably were told you have to, but thank you for that, because I respect you. So no athlete gets to be a part of this kind of a situation unless some extraordinary things happen. And I didn't think that I would ever be able to stand before a crowd that I truly love and be able to retire and say thank you. And I'll tell you what, the only way that you can even be a part of something like this is if you have a family around you that can support you. And I want to talk about family. Some of you know the family that I'm talking about, and they're standing here behind me, and they're supporting me. And I appreciate them, and I'm going to get to them in a moment. And there's also a part of my family that some of you have heard about but may have never met. And I want to take some time to say thanks to them too. They say there's no crying in baseball, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a human being, and I'm probably going to cry. So it is what it is. The first part of the family that I want to thank is the Giants Community Relations Department. And some of you don't know them by name, and I'm probably going to forget them, but the ones that I want to call out are Shayna and Bertha and Bobby. I thank you so much for just giving me the opportunity to go out and speak my heart to a community of people, and to be able to learn the community and be able to see where I can be of impact. And you guys came to me all the time with different things, and I was so thankful that you guys took the calls and made the research and did the research to be able to let me go out and share my heart and use the platform of baseball to do what I truly believe is more important, and that is what's off the field. And Larry Baird, to be honest with you, I do believe an organization, the organization of the Giants reflects that, and it has a lot to do with you, because I think it starts with your heart for the community, and I really appreciate you putting the Giants into an atmosphere where we can be a part of a community, and you're pushing the players, and so I really appreciate your heart for that. You mean a lot to me. And I owe a lot to Brian Sabean and Bobby Evans. Sabes, I don't think he's out here because I think he'll cry, because I make him cry all the time. He's this big, strong guy. I remember when I first met him, he was so intimidating. And all that intimidation walked away after the Phillies game in Game 6 when he came out on the field and he kissed me on the cheek. And then I knew who you really were, Brian. You're a soft, big teddy bear that likes to win. And Bobby, I thank you so much for the opportunity to meet you, and you surrounding me with opportunities that we both care a lot about on and off the field, and I thank you for that. I was starting to become a vagabond relief pitcher there a little bit, and these two gentlemen, Brian and Bobby, had a vision to bring a Rembrandt-style pitcher that can paint the corners at will to this team. But, you know, seriously, you guys have put a bullpen together that I truly think that you understand how to win world championships. And I will brag about the bullpen because it takes a good bullpen and a steady one and one that can come back year after year to help teams win World Series. So I appreciate you giving my family the opportunity to be here for 7 years. I've raised my sons here. I came here with one. I ended up having 3. And that was because every time my wife had a child, we won a World Series. And I tried to get her on payroll, but they wouldn't do that. So she stopped having kids. And now I retired because we didn't go to the playoffs this year to win a World Series. So I guess I got to go. And to Bruce Bochy. Man, I can't say enough about you. Honestly, you know, they call these head coaches in Major League Baseball, they call them managers. But man, through all my experience of learning from a lot of leaders, you manage things and you lead people. And I truly believe you led people. And so I know we call you manager, but you're one of the greatest leaders of men that I've ever met. I think you took a team, I think you took a lot of teams that a lot of people said they didn't deserve to win world championships, and you went against the odds and you figured out a way to get it done. And even this year, you took a beat-up, broken-down team and got us eliminated the last week of the season. And that was a feat. I appreciate the humor of my skipper. And I got to tell you, man, it was the greatest experience ever when I first signed with this team and I shook his hand, and his head was really that big. It was amazing. Wow. Absolutely amazing. But I appreciate you. I truly believe you're going to be a Hall of Famer, and I'm so thankful that I get to retire under you because you taught me about the game, a lot about the game. I'm thankful. Two pitching coaches, Righetti and Gardy. These men have been a big part of my life. Gardy, man, I'm telling you, it's been 7 years. I still do not know how to get my foot down before I throw the curveball. I still don't know how to pick it up before I go. And I still do not know how to keep my front shoulder in. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying. I'll get it next year. And Rags, man, I tell you what, I know this seems like a small thing to you, but it meant a lot to me, man. One of my greatest experiences was in Miami. I was on the DL again, and you and I had a cigar and a scotch, man, and I'm going to tell you, man, the stories that you told, man, and the opportunity that I got to learn under you, and the stories about baseball that you told were awesome. And I really enjoy learning under you, and I enjoyed sitting with you and learning about the game from your perspective and all the history that you showed me, man. I really love you. I appreciate you. And now you know about some of my other family, my teammates. I can't do what I've done without them, and I've already said that, and I can't name every one of them by name. But I truly love every one of you, and I really, really loved my time here. But there are two that I can truly tell you. I believe that there are friends that are closer than brothers, and I've got two on this team that I can truly say that about. Matt Cain and Buster Posey. I appreciate the road trips. I appreciate the times that we got to talk. I appreciate being able to meet your family and know who you are as men and husbands, not just baseball players. And you guys meant a lot to me, and you always will mean a lot to me. And And I'm retiring from the game, but do not retire from our friendship because I truly need you. And I thank you. My parents, my mama, to be honest with you, Mom, I think there's a lot of experiences I can say I had with you. But the one that stands out, I know it seems like an odd one, but you were a teacher at the school that I went to, and I remember you let your class out early to support me on a sandlot out back. And I appreciate you being that supportive mother and even letting your class out early so that you can be a cheerleader for me. And you've been such a strength over my career, and you've been encouragement, and I appreciate you just telling me that you love me, because that's what I needed at times from you, and I thank you for that. And I want to say something to dads right now. It is so important for dads to encourage their sons and tell them that you're proud of them. And I was 12 years old in the Oakland Coliseum. And I looked at my dad and I said, Dad, I'm going to play here one day. And my dad patted me on the head and he said, go for it, kid. And I was 22 years of age and I walked through the center field fence and I got on my cell phone and I called my dad and I said, Dad, do you know where I'm at? He says, yeah, you're in Oakland. And I said, Dad, I see the seats that we were sitting in when I told you I was going to play here. And tonight I pitched tonight in Oakland, and my dad hung up the phone on me. And I called my mom, and my mom answered. I said, what happened? And he said, your dad's crying. But Dad, I want to tell you something. That's not the story. That meant a lot to me. Later in the year, you got to see me live in Safeco, pitch in Seattle, and had bases loaded with Mike Cameron up, and it was a 3-2 count. And I struck him out, and my mom said my dad was yelling all over the stadium that that's my boy. And Dad, that pushed me for the rest of my career. It was not the only thing that drove me, but it was a lot of what drove me. Because it meant a lot to me every day that I went out there and pitched to know that my dad would be proud of me. And he told me that, and I need you dads to do the same thing. Because it means a lot to your sons and your daughters. To my sister, man, you're a sister. You popped my head every time it got too big, and I really appreciate that. And I would keep going, but I need to wrap this up. To my in-laws, you were unfailingly supportive of me, and I thank you so much for saying everything you said to me when I needed encouragement as well, and I appreciate you standing by me, and you were a big help to Larissa and the kids, and you're very supportive, and I couldn't ask for better in-laws, and I'm so thankful that God put you in my life. All right. To my bride. Man, girl, I love you. And you know, they say it's my career. They say I'm retiring, and they say congratulations to a great career, but it is not my career, and I'll stand boldly before all of these men and all of these people here today, and I will tell you this, that it is not my career, it is our career. And you've been with me from A-ball all the way to 14 years in the major leagues. And I remember wanting to quit so many times, and I remember sitting on the counter in Kansas City when I wanted to walk away from the game, and you looking me in my eyes and you reminding me who I was, because I needed that. And there were so many times in this game where I felt so alone and I felt so ashamed of not doing well. And you, baby, you reminded me who I was, and I can't thank you enough for being who you've been to me and the strength that I needed. And to my boys, man, Daddy's coming home, and he gets to be home a lot more often. And I feel like you get to be a part of your lives now, and I'm thankful for that. And finally, to all of you, the fans, talk about family, man. You've been there, win or lose, day in and day out. You in this city have truly changed me. And I'm going to return home to Spokane, but I can promise you that I'm never going to leave this city. And my son told me last night, or excuse me, this morning, he said, "Daddy, I don't want you to retire." And I said, "Too late, buddy, I already announced it." And he said, "Well, I don't want you to retire because I'm going to miss coming across the Bay Bridge." And to all of you, I said to him, "Buddy, I'm going to miss coming across the Bay Bridge too, because when I see this place, I feel safe." And thank you, San Francisco. Thank you for good 7 years. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Yeah, a wonderful ceremony for a great Giant, a three-time champion, Jeremy Affeldt. Tim Flannery, we've got about 20 seconds here. Your thoughts on that?
Very emotional, very sincere, a real dose of reality to everybody to just know about Jeremy Affeldt and this business of baseball.
You can tell how much he loved his teammates, his family, the fans here in San Francisco, and by the reception he's getting right now, you see how much they all loved him as well. Jeremy Affeldt retiring here in game 162 for the Giants. More after this.
The images of the 2015 Giants cast a wide range of emotions. When the defending world champs began the season, they could do no wrong. However, key injuries began to pile up, and they eventually took their toll on the Giants' postseason hopes. But some unforgettable moments still happened on the field, and there is a high sense of optimism headed into the offseason. We say farewell to 2015, and we do it next. Day baseball here at AT&T Park. We got a beautiful Sunday afternoon to wrap up this season and to finish up this three-game series, Giants and Rockies. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, it's a great day today. You wrap it all up, and you got Matt Cain on the mound, and I guess more than anything, Mike, we'll see how he does, and we'll see how long he goes.
Well, he's an important story, and he's very confident that he's found some of the problems that have really caused him to have an erratic arm slot and release point this year. hopefully today he can end on a good note, because the Giants, of course, have big plans for him next year. And the other thing, Matt Duffy trying to hit 300. Kelby Tomlinson trying to hit 300. A lot at stake today. See how they do.
And we'll see if Jeremy Affeldt gets into the game in his farewell day. All right, when we come back, we'll have lineup first pitch right after this.
Brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the Homestyle Ranch Chicken Club today, only at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
So Matt Cain leads the Giants out of the dugout as we get ready to wrap up this season. Our Game Time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. I said it was beautiful. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. 71 degrees with lots of sunshine, light winds, humidity at 65%. Here's the lineup that will be facing Matt Cain. It'll be Blackmon, Reyes, Gonzalez, and then Nolan Arenado, and see where he ranks in the National League when it comes to those. Unbelievable. Dickerson, Rosario, and Descalzo. Dustin Garneau will hit 8th, and Christian Bergman will hit 9th.
On the hill today for the Giants will be the veteran right-hander, Matt Cain. And for Cain, making start number 11 on the year. He's 2-4 with a 6.31 ERA. For much of the season, it has been a search for the release point that allows him the consistency with his pitches. His pitches are going to be a low 90s fastball that he can cut and sink. He's got a curveball, slider, and a changeup. 3-time All-Star. And for Matt Cain, 30 years of age, 6'3", 230-pounder. He would like to end the season on a good note. Lifetime against Colorado, he has been very good. 17-8 with a 3.31 ERA. And let's take a look at the defense playing behind Cain today for the Giants, starting in their outfield from left to right. It'll be Williamson, Pagan, and Parker. Good arms on the corner. Noonan, Duffy on the left side with Crawford getting a day off, his final day. Tomlinson, Posey on the right side, and Jackson Williams. He'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
49ers pregame live is coming up next, and you can find it on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, and it can be found on Comcast channels 104 and 780, DirecTV 696-1, AT&T channel 771, and if you're having problems, just go to csnbayarea.com. So we will get this game started about 15 minutes late. Is Charlie Blackmon's going to stand in? As Kane deals, and it's down low. So we started at 12:21. The 1-0 pitch to Blackmon is popped up, and that one's going to sail out of play as Duffy gives chase.
Well, he touched it. Took my fingernail off.
Well, it still ended up in the right place, I believe.
Yeah, it's a good home.
Blackmon, a pinch hitter yesterday and struck out. Went 1 for 5 on Friday night. And he takes in tight, 2 balls and 1 strike. Spanish audio for this game is available through your SAP button, and it's presented by Jack Daniels. 3 balls and 1 strike. Reyes to follow. Giants have a chance to take the series and take a 4-3 record into the end of the season on this homestand. That's foul back. It's 3-2. Three and 2 to Charlie Blackmon. And he stays alive as he shoots this one foul. Now Blackmon decides to step out. Was on the field for the ceremony. At some point, Matt Cain must have started to warm up after he spoke.
If that's the case, it took him like 2 minutes to get loose.
This pop-up is going to be over by the Giants dugout and out of play.
But one thing you learned after 10 years in the big leagues, as Matt Cain has learned, is how to be efficient in the bullpen, how not to leave outs in the bullpen. Throw just enough to get ready, and then that's it.
And this is hit foul past Buster Posey. Nice play.
Poor ball dude. Blake Holsworth making a nice play. That a big Blake. Old catcher. Let's take a look. Tough to do the high backhander with the catcher's glove. Right in the sweet spot.
Didn't seem to have a problem, did he?
Well, that's our expo brought to you by your local Toyota dealer.
Sometimes we do have to highlight our ball dudes.
Nice. It's our other ball dude. Pete Burns over on the third base side.
And another 3-2 pitch is hit to right field. And Parker will put it away. So the long at bat goes to Kane, and that'll bring up Reyes. Reyes coming in at 266, 3 home runs, 19 driven in. And the fastball is high. On deck is Carlos Gonzalez. And Reyes hits a dribbler foul.
That's a good changeup right there. And always a concern with Matt Cain recently as to what time arm slot consistency he can have. And so far, he looks good out of the windup.
See the umpires: Carlos Torres behind the dish, Fletcher, Meals, Baker, first to third.
And we are seeing Carlos Torres, the plate umpire, for the first time, so we don't know his strike zone. You'll be learning him just as we will.
One ball, two strikes. Foul back. So a lot of foul balls from Blackman and Reyes. The Rockies won on Friday night by a final of 9-3. Giants came back and won a one-run game in the game yesterday, 3-2. Hit into center field. Pagan drifting back, and Pagan put it away.
A couple of fly balls. Really, you should not be surprised if you were to label Matt Cain what type of pitcher he is. He's a fly ball strikeout guy, and he's always been able to effectively pitch high above the strike zone, which not a lot of guys can say they can do.
So here's Carlos Gonzalez. And he takes a high breaking ball.
It's an interesting relationship here because this is the 46th at bat that Carlos Gonzalez has had against Matt Cain lifetime. He's got 4 hits.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Hitting .089 against Matt Cain. Second pitch, he throws him a little breaking ball. See ya.
One and two.
Three pitches, 3 curves. There's the numbers we're talking about.
In tight, 2 and 2. Now this start right here for Matt Cain is not going to determine Giants' opinion about Matt Cain during the offseason. They fully expect him to be one of their starters next year. Tried to backdoor him, 3 and 2. And the payoff. Hit into right center field. This is out into Triple's alley, and Parker's going to have to dig it out. He will, as Gonzalez will race to third, and that's a 2-out triple. So here's Nolan Arenado. Arenado with 42 home runs. He's got 130 runs batted in. And I'm assuming if he were to get 3 hits today, he could hit 290. Don't know if that's a big concern of Nolan Arenado. There's a strike.
Hey, the stat sheet can determine the lineup a lot of times on the last day. DJ LeMahieu not in the lineup today. Why is that? Well, he's hitting .301.
0-2.
Takes an 0 for 3, and he could fall out of that magic 300 spot. So, take the day off, my friend.
Oh, 2 pitch. And that was away from the target. It stays at 0-2. Down low. Nice block. 1 ball and 2 strikes. At third is Gonzalez. And the pitch is down and away.
Slider down in the dirt. Arenado, who is an aggressive hitter. I mean, that's a good pitch based on the tendencies of Arenado. I mean, he will chase. He wants to swing it, especially with men on base and in scoring position. He will expand his zone.
Two pitch. And a full count.
Got underneath that fastball. Kane working out of the windup with a runner at third. Clearly more comfortable out of the windup than the stretch.
And he walked him.
Kane upset by that.
So the hitter will be Dickerson. Dickerson hitting over 300, 9 home runs, 28 driven in. All the games around the major leagues today started at the same time, kind of.
Well, there's a few delays.
This pop-up is going to be caught by Tomlinson, and that's going to end the inning. Hey, we got a good excuse. Come on. Go like this. It'll be Pagan, Tomlinson, Duffy, and then Buster Posey. And you see Buster's numbers and where they rank. Parker, Williamson, and Noonan. Jackson Williams will do the catching.
On the hill today for the Colorado Rockies will be Christian Bergman. Bergman, the 27-year-old right-hander, making his 4th start of the season, filling in for Jorge De La Rosa. And this is what he has done this year. 3-1 with a 4.68 ERA, 37 strikeouts against 14 walks and 65 in the third. He's a control guy, and he has 4 different pitches. A fastball that's run around 90. He'll throw a curveball, slider, and a changeup. And he'll throw anything anytime. I mean, he definitely has the confidence to throw all his pitches in a 3-2 count. And you ask him what's your best pitch, and he probably couldn't tell you because he believes in all 4 of them. Lifetime against the Giants, 1-0 with a 4.09 ERA. That's in 6 games. 3 of those have been starts.
So Pagan takes the first pitch high. 261 with 3 home runs. 37 runs batted in for Angel Pagan. And he takes wide, 1 ball and 1 strike. Pagan 0 for 3 on Friday. And he's 0 for 6 in the series. And he shoots this one into left field. That's going to be a base hit.
Let's take a look at that Rockies defense. Starting in the outfield from left to right, it's going to be Dickerson, Blackman, and Gonzalez. Great arm in right field, great assist arm in center field. Reyes and Arenado on the left side of the infield. They cover a lot of ground. Descalzo and Rosario on the right side. And Dustin Garneau will be in the squad, putting down the signs.
So here's Tomlinson. Tomlinson out of play. Thrilled everybody yesterday. Home run number 2. And how did it look? It is in the park. And here's where he kicked it in around second.
I like the slide in, and he gets to his feet quickly and signals safe. I think that was icing on the cake. But coming into this at bat, hitting 299, and obviously 174 at bats coming into this at bat. That's something he'd like to do, hitting the 300s.
Runner goes. Should be a hit. It is. And Pagan better get back. And he does as the ball shoots by Descalzo. So Tomlinson now hitting over 300.
One hit?
I don't know. My hammy's starting to bother me right now.
Poach, I got to hang it up here. Pagan sees that ball in left field, and he's thinking third, and he has to slide and then go back and slide again. Dickerson does not have a great arm. I think that's why you saw the big turn in the first place.
Duffy takes low. Duffy at 296. He's got 12 home runs, 76 driven in. 1 for 7 in the series. Swing again it is.
To hit 300, he's going to have a very special day today. Well within his skill set.
Yeah, he's had 4 hit days before. On a play down the right field line. Giants trying to win their 85th game. 90's the magical mark, and it turned out that 90 might have fallen short to get to the postseason. High and away, 2-2. Giants are also trying to win their 48th game in this ballpark. Duffy with a good eye. He works at the 3-2. See what the runners do. They go. Swinging a line drive, base hit, right field. Pagan scores. To third goes Tomlinson. 1-0 Giants.
Oh, just a Matt Duffy special, using the right side of the field. Bergman knew he had to come in. I mean, he didn't have a base to play with. Fastball challenge right out of the middle of the plate, and there's a guy who just inside out thinking right field the whole time. That's his 2-strike defense mechanism. Let the ball get deep, let it travel, and just barrels it right over the glove of William Rosario. And the Giants are on the board.
So Buster Posey will hit with runners at the corners. See, rookie RBIs. He passes Chili Davis. That's the San Francisco era. Buster leaning on the first one, and he fouls it back.
Well, Buster's got 94 RBIs, and they've set the table for him. I mean,
Hey, have a big day. Come on.
Have a 6 RBI day, and you can get into the century mark in RBIs.
Base hit up the middle. 4 straight singles. 2-0. RBI number 95 for Buster Posey. And here's Parker.
Line drives are contagious. And the energy in that dugout absolutely cranking right now because of 4 straight hits. And with that, Steve Foster coming out to have a little meeting with Christian Bergman. And this meeting on the mound brought to you by Ring Central, business communications made simple. And this is all about, hey, start throwing some other pitches. Let's pitch backwards for a while. Throw your breaking ball and fastball counts and fastball and breaking ball counts. See how we do.
4 straight hits. And here's Parker. Parker on the ground. Descalzo's got 1. Will they get 2? They do not. So a nice play by Descalzo.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that was kind of a miracle. They got the 1 play. Descalzo is a great glove. Slides into a throw. Perfect strike over to Jose Reyes. And again, Parker just does beat it out. I thought they may have had a chance to get him.
So here's Williamson. Hitting .214 with an RBI. And he swings and misses. Williamson went 1 for 4 on Friday, came back yesterday and took an 0 for 2. A low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Parker back. Parker reaches on the fielder's choice. There is an RBI out there for Mac Williamson if he can get the ball in the air. In tight, 2 balls and a strike. I guess the 2 games to watch, Mike, are the Angels game and the Arizona game, right?
Right, and right now the Angels have a 1-run lead over the Rangers. It's 2-1 in the second, and Arizona beating the Astros 1-0. Now, if those scores stand up, you're going to have a 1-game playoff.
Bring it on tomorrow. Something to watch while you pack, or maybe something for you to listen to.
I'll definitely be checking that one out if indeed it happens. Still a lot of baseball left.
Tapped on the ground, foul.
Fly ball situation for Mac Williamson. For Bergman, he was pitching for the ground ball early. Now he can take a shot for the strikeout.
That woman there, her new favorite visiting player is Nolan Arenado. Runner goes, pitches inside, throw down to second, and they got him. So from up here, it looked like that is the right call. That's a tricky one, boy. If you don't make it, now a fly ball doesn't score a runner.
Great tag on there by Descalso. I mean, he just 2 plays shows you what kind of a glove guy he is. No doubt about this one. Second base umpire Jerry Meals making the call.
And Williamson with a line drive right at Descalso, and that'll end the inning. Giants 2 runs on 4 singles. RBIs for Duffy and Posey. And after 1, they lead 2-0.
By Big O Tires. Tires, service, straight talk. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Giants have the 2-0 lead as Willeen Rosario steps up and he takes a strike. Rosario is at 272. Skies this one into shallow center field. Pagan is coming in, and it's a great catch by Nick Noonan. As Angel Pagan got a little bit of a late break, and Noonan saved the day.
Well, this is a much more difficult play for a shortstop than for a center fielder, but Pagan playing deep, and he broke back initially on the ball, and he just had no chance to get there. So Noonan winds up making a great play. Anything but easy.
Yeah, that really was a nice play. So here's Descalso. Descalso out of play. 209 for Daniel Descalso. 5 home runs, 22 runs batted in. Longtime Cardinal.
Yeah, really. I still haven't gotten used to him in a Rockies uniform. Odd.
Straight up. Duffy saw it. Jackson Williams did not. Maybe Amy G did. Amy?
All right, guys, game 162. It's all about love and gratitude. The Giants organization taking the day to say thank you to the fans who continue to stack AT&T Park with sellouts. More than 400 consecutive sellouts here. That leads the majors with a home sellout streak. So they're going to give away a ton of stuff, including a new car, and it's going to be announced by the one and only Tim Flannery. So fans are in for a great day, and the Giants organization and Comcast Sportsnet wants to say thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Well, Amy, and thank you.
Thank you, Amy the Gamer.
And no, you cannot go home yet. Here's Garneau. 2-0 to Garneau, and he hits one into center field. Pagan seems to have a beat on this one. And that'll end the inning. It's a nice inning for Kane. Noonan's going to lead things off.
SN Bay Area is brought to you by Pete's Cold Brew. Keep it smooth.
Well, the Giants sellout streak is over 400 games and counting, and the Giants season tickets are currently sold out. But you get on deck right now for your shot at the 2016 season ticket with a $500 per seat non-refundable deposit. Control your very own seat location. You enjoy significant season ticket savings. Giants sales execs are standing by. Call 415-972-2298 or go to sfgiants.com/season.
Yes, get on that right now. Here's Nick Noonan. 2-0 Giants. Noonan nearly hit one in the water the other night. And he shoots this one out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that pitch runs just inside. Jackson Williams and then Matt Cain here in the second inning. And cues this one to the backstop, 2-2.
Yeah, good change up there by Bergman. I mean, he's not going to blow you away with velocity, and he has to mix his speeds. He has to be fine with his location.
Foul back.
Flat cutter on the hand. Where'd it go? Easter egg hunt is on.
All right, who's got it in their pocket? Just outside.
Ooh, good pitch. That's a tight zone right there. 2 pitches in this sequence could have been called a strike. In the mind of Bergman, he didn't get either one, and now he's got a 3-2 count here to Noonan.
3-2 pitch. Foul back. Pitch number 30 coming up for Christian Bergman. Another foul out of play. 89 on that fastball.
That's about what you get. but he will two-seam it, sink it, have it run away from a lefty into a righty. He'll cut it. Boom will go the other way. Throw a cutter, curveball, changeup.
And the walk. Time for our Togo's big play the Togo's way. And what we're going to do is take a look back at some of the top plays in 2015. Remember Hunter Pence, July 7th, returns from the DL as a diving catch in foul territory, and then he throws out Curtis Granderson. I'm saying that that's the play of the year.
That was a good one, and a great tag put on by Andrew Susac to complete the play.
And Williams pops up the first pitch. And it's Dickerson who comes out of nowhere to make the catch. So how do the Giants do with Pence and without him? What do you think?
Well, 34-18 with him. The win percentage is .654. Without him, it's 9 games under .500 and a win percentage of .459. I mean, he was over a run of offense a game.
A nice bunt by Matt Cain. So he'll be retired. Now, if you're in a contract year, that's something you would take into negotiations right
Absolutely. You want to show the value of your absence and say, when I'm in the lineup, you're scoring almost 1.3 runs more a game when I'm in. And then you show the win-loss percentage. That's a pretty good argument right there. Well, you didn't need a stat sheet to know that he makes a major difference. And when he missed the time that he did this year, over 100 games on the DL, I mean, that was tough to fill.
So here's Pagan, Pagan singled to open up the bottom of the first. And he lifts this one to left field. Now Dickerson moving towards the line. And he'll stop and make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Through 2, it's 2-0 Giants. CEO Larry Baer. Larry, welcome.
Hey, Kai. Hey, Mike. It's been an emotional week, I guess, starting early in the week and today, emotional for a bunch of reasons.
I thought there was no crying in baseball. What's up with that?
It's a lot of crying. I tell you, I'll never say there's no crying in baseball. I don't know about you guys, but I was maybe I'm on the scale. I'm more of a crier, but at the Jeremy's press conference the other day, I think a lot of us had trouble keeping it together, and then yesterday with Tim and today with Jeremy and the fans. I mean, it's I think it's hard to find 2 more quality individuals, and you guys had lots of teammates over the years, so you can weigh in on it. But from my experience in
couple decades here, I can't name better people and their interest in and commitment to, from the heart, dealing with working in the community and helping those that they can affect just by the fact that they're baseball players and role models.
Well, there aren't many guys, as Bergman strikes out, like Affel, where you can roast him and honor him in the same day and in the same sentence.
He has a sense of humor. I got to tell you, the combination of the sense of humor and the passion in his delivery, I really think that he has a future in a lot of places. He certainly is a motivational speaker. If he wanted to go on that circuit, sign us up. Everybody should sign him up. Jeremy's a really special person. You get to know him. I took a trip with him from a field dedication a few years ago, and he's telling me about his book that he researched in Thailand, his book on human trafficking, and you hear those stories, and this is just something that is is so far over and above what you expect, not because ball players aren't capable of it, but they've got full-time jobs.
Bumgarner said he thought he was in church.
I leaned over to Bobby and I said, we're right on time for our 1:05 Sunday start.
Well, another thing I want to ask you about is we had a shot of you in the luxury suite when Tim Hudson was pitching, and you were standing next to, as Noonan's going to catch this, standing next to Kim Hudson, and she looked like she was a wreck, and it looked like you were trying to hang on for dear life.
On Thursday, when Tim pitched his last appearance as a major league player, and you guys know what that's like after a long career. Here's another case. Here's Kim Hudson and the family supporting their husband and father and in-law, etc., son, in ways that are really incredible. I mean, they have a foundation, and that foundation's gotten very involved here with Make-A-Wish, as well as their roots in Alabama. And Kim and Tim have just been grown in and become part of the family in ways that are just very unusual for coming into a new family, and maybe not new to the Bay Area, but new to the Giants organization.
Well, it was really a special week with the Dodgers in town, and then, of course, Hudson's last start, and then the 2 days yesterday and today.
Well, and to have the fans be able to, you don't always end the season at home. So game 162 could be on the road, and here we are where the fans have been just so special. I was amazed by, and that's one of the things I wanted to communicate here, is all year the fans have been incredible. And look, we've had ups and downs. Hopefully we'll get to 85 wins, but the fans yesterday and today, they filled the place. We asked the fans to come at 11:30 this morning to, some people might be finishing brunch at home in their pajamas, but they were here at the ballpark, and really made Jeremy feel special, made Tim feel special the other day, and has made the team feel special all year, filling the ballpark every game. So thank you for the fans.
Here's Gonzalez as he pops it out of play. Well, I guess the fear is, right, early game, Sunday game, and then Affel's going to go out there, and there's going to be a ballpark that's half empty, and that was not the case at all.
No, I mean, Dwayne, you were out there and you saw the fans were into it. They were warm. They were engaged. So I just can't say enough about the fans all year. It's a sold-out year, and we're I know to a man in that clubhouse and dugout and to a person in the front office, can't we start 2016? Maybe we'll take a week off, but that's about it. Let's get going.
Well, you're not going to take any time off.
Yeah, you're off season. I mean, what do? You sit around?
Somebody was funny. Somebody once said when I first started this, they said, what do you do in the off season? You go work for the 49ers in the off season? We're guns ablaze, as it were, doing all sorts of things. Obviously signing players, but beyond that, just putting together programs, and the off season flies, and you have the GM meetings, and then you have the owners, the winter meetings, and then before you know it, you're winging your way to Scottsdale.
It doesn't take long. Once it gets past the New Year's, it's like, whoop, whoop, here we are.
Yeah.
But how do you emotionally, as a fan, as the leader of all of us, I mean, how do you get past watching a guy like Affeld or Hudson walk out of the clubhouse door? How do you replace that?
I think that's a really important question, Mike. the leadership here, when you look at the X factors, because people will say, how did the Giants do it 3 and 5 years? And the answer lies in, I think, a lot of X factors. And Tim Hudson was critical to 2014 in so many ways. Jeremy Affeldt has been critical to 2010, 12, and 14, not just with statistically.
Noonan, and that'll end the inning. We'll have Larry stay here. He'll finish that thought when we come back. Giants lead 2-0.
Is brought to you by Ring Central. Business communications made simple.
All right, still time to get a Madison Bumgarner bobblehead from the Junior Giants Stretch Drive. $50 donation, and you can get a Bumgarner bobblehead. sfgiants.com/stretch drive. Here's Kelby Tomlinson as he shoots it up the middle, and he has just another base hit.
I have to say, we'll get back to the other thought, guys, but I have to say, we end up winning 85 games, hopefully. We win today's game, and not where we wanted to be because we're not in the postseason. But I have to say, guys like Kelby Tomlinson, guys like Matt Duffy, guys like Josh Osich, I mean, go on and on. There's a big list of guys that we've seen this year, Jared Parker, Mac Williamson, on and on. Trevor Brown, we think that the baseball evaluation process has been a really important part of what we were able to accomplish this year in the last many weeks.
It is important. You find out the value and the strength of your organization when you have a year like this. And look, it wasn't a disastrous year. It was a year where, and Mike and I say it all the time, we think it's maybe one of Bruce Bochy's finest years as a manager, given what was dealt him. So yeah, you find out some really good things.
We've gone player to player and basically thanked them for the year and the effort, because these players have really busted it. And I got to tell you, our focus is winning a championship every year, getting the playoffs every year, postseason. So if you can have a year where you don't get there, but it's not a rebuild. I mean, that's not the way we're built. Now, you can't always guarantee that, but if 85 wins is where we was an off year, it's a lot better than some of the alternatives.
Yes.
We saw it in 1996 when the Giants lost 94 games and went into the minor league system to find out what they had. And what they wound up with is they found Bill Miller.
Yep.
They apply him to the lineup in 1997. I mean, with all the additions from trades in the offseason, Brian Sabian's first year, boom, the playoffs. And it's kind of how it feels now. This team did not get to the playoffs this year, but this was a good year because you had the Tomlinson, you had the Osich, and Duffy established himself. And when you can do that consistently, especially out of your organization, that's a strength. there's not a rebuild period. You just get better from within, and that's happened.
Yeah, Chris Heston. I mean, you just go on and on. Just going back to the leadership and how that fit into the championships, and I really believe it. Two of the guys that have retired this week were huge parts of championships. But then you look at other guys who will be back next year who are big parts in different ways. Javi Lopez. Javi Lopez is a major force inside that clubhouse and inside the bullpen. You look at guys obviously like Hunter Pence, and you look at guys like Buster, who, there's two opposites in terms of their, animation as people in the clubhouse, but they have equally strong effects in different ways. So, we look back and we see a tremendous year for Brandon Crawford, and that's where that kind of puts us as we look to next year and what we need. And so obviously decisions will need to be made, but we feel real good going into next year.
2-2 to Duffy, who is at 297. Drives it to right. Gonzalez is there, so that's out number one. Yeah, I think too, Larry, and so much was written and talked about Pablo Sandoval. And not to degrade anything that's happened to Pablo, but here's a guy where Matt Duffy comes in, and nobody has to worry about third anymore.
Well, organizationally, I mean, look, it's obvious, and we have to be straightforward about it. I mean, those were tough shoes to fill. There was Casey McGee was selected to fill them. Didn't work out with Casey, and I'm very proud of the organization that we had the depth to advance a guy into that starting role who was up to the task. And I think one of the things I've learned over the years with Brian and Bobby is that you don't really know if a guy's going to adjust to the speed of the game.
Dickerson coming in, he's not going to get it. And with Dickerson playing as deep as he does, Buster's got his second hit, and Tomlinson moves to third.
So I was just going to say the speed of the game, so that a guy, there are guys over the years that they're viewed as what they call 4A players, right? So right between major league level and AAA level, and you got to find out, can a guy adjust to the speed of the game? We saw some tremendous signs from Matt Duffy last year as we down the stretch, and he was on the playoff roster, but for a big long stretch, he didn't miss a game. He played 100 plus consecutive games. I think it's fair to say he can adjust to the speed of the game.
Absolutely. So here's Jarrett Parker. Parker reached on a fielder's choice in the first. Here he's got a chance to knock in a run. And he rolls this one to Rosario. That's one. And that's two. So a nice job by Bergman to get out of it. Larry, thanks for stopping by. And as always, we'll look forward to FanFest.
Again, thanks again to the fans. Unbelievable year. And thanks to you guys, Jim and Jeff, and everybody at Comcast.
You got it.
Giants Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area is brought to you by the Solar Company. Not just any solar company, the solar company. Switch to solar and save.
Well, fans, next time you want to let your fan out, you got to get the StubHub, where you'll find seats you love whenever you want. StubHub, let your fan out, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the San Francisco Giants.
The cheer you hear in the background as Jeremy Affeldt is headed to the bullpen. Is Matt Cain about to face Corey Dickerson. And Dickerson takes low. Dickerson, Rosario, Descalzo. This will be pitch number 51. And it's a strike. Dickerson popped out to Tomlinson to end the first. Giants lead 2-0 on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. And when we were players, we used to call this 49er Sunday just because of the weather. They got the good weather. We got the summer weather.
Which at Candlestick was an adventure.
Fog and cold and ice and sleet, hail, hurricanes.
Frozen tundra.
Popped up. Noonan. Let's check in with Amy G.
All right, gentlemen, it has been an emotional week of goodbyes for sure with Affeldt and Hudson retiring. It is very possible that Giants fans have also seen Tim Lincecum in a Giants uniform for the last time he becomes a free agent after this season. He was here earlier this week working on getting rehab work with the trainers, and he did want to make sure that the fans knew how appreciative he was of the years of support that they gave to him. He said he truly appreciated every fan coming here day in and day out. His recovery, gentlemen, 5 to 6 months, he said. And regarding whether or not he'd like to be a Giant next year, he said that would be very nice. Wayne?
Well, we miss the guy, and I wish he was here to take a bow. I really do. So, Tim Lincecum, if you're watching, we miss you. Just hit on the ground to Buster Posey, and Posey will get the out. We were applauding what a great catch a fan made right below us. She never left her chair.
She had her glove on. She's been sitting there. There she had her headphones on listening to John and Dave, and she absolutely sweet spotted the foul ball, and it was coming back here quick.
I don't think she can get out of the glove. Oh, there it is.
Nice. Gamer babes. You have to love them.
So here's Descalzo, who takes low.
The backbone of this franchise. Gamer babes.
People with gloves and gamer babes. Into left center field. Pagan's got a long way to go, but he will track it down, and that'll end the inning. Cain with a 1-2-3 fourth. 2-0 Giants.
We look back at some of the top plays of the 2015 season. We go back to June 9, 2015. That's when Chris Heston strikes out Ruben Tejada to become the third Giants rookie in franchise history to pitch a no-hitter, joining Christy Mathewson, who did it in 1901, and Jeff Tezereau, who did it in 1912. Heston, no walks, hit 3 guys that night, had 11 strikeouts, and he struck out the last 3 batters of the game, all looking. And these are a list of the Giants no-hitters. Marichal, Perry, Halicki, Montefusco, Sanchez here, Kane a perfect game here, Lincecum in San Diego, Lincecum against San Diego here, and then Heston putting his name on that list of San Francisco Giants history no-hitters. That was a good memory.
It is a good memory. As Williamson off of Flande bounces to Reyes. 1 pitch, 1 out. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Take a look at the numbers for Johan Flande. 18 games, 3-3 with a 4.88 ERA, 42 strikeouts and 25 walks.
So here's Nick Noonan. And a call strike. Jackson Williams is on deck.
Flande will give you a low 90s fastball, a hard slider, and an occasional changeup. He's got to be hitting corners to be effective.
And a strike 3 called to Noonan, so 2 outs. And that'll bring up Jackson Williams. They're lined up, Mike.
Well, the sun is shining bright. It is a Ghirardelli Sunday. And we had one earlier, and they are unbelievable. It's really one of the great treats here at this ballpark. And we recommend it be part of your day when you get here. Save room for a Ghirardelli Sunday.
Williams takes a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Always good. Hey, don't forget your cherry.
In the dirt.
Scud-like.
So it was good, huh?
It was beyond good. It kind of caught me by surprise.
Yeah. On the ground, Rosario knocks it around, recovers, side retired on the 3-1 putout. A little personality on that putout. Looking good. Garneau is going to lead things off.
We go back to St. Louis, August 19th of this year, when Juan Perez went up and made a catch, an incredible catch to where he goes basket styles above the fence. He scales the wall and absolutely makes a very difficult catch look routine. And that was a moment that none of us will forget, certainly not this guy, because he threw the pitch. So Juan Perez coming up with the play of the year in center field. And we saw some incredible plays.
So here's Dustin Garneau. Is Kane back out to pitch? I'm sure Bruce Bochy checked in with Matt Kane. And the right-hander throws, and it's down low. 1 ball and no strikes. Garneau hit a fly ball to Pagan in the second. And this is popped back and out of play. Oh, no, what a great catch.
Stay with it. You never know if the wind's going to bring it back to you.
The ball came back, and Jackson Williams made a terrific play.
Well, I agree with you. I thought this was going to be well back in the stands. And to watch Williams come tiptoeing through the on-deck circle and reach out in the last second and snag her down. And that's a big league hang with him. Nice play. Big league hang with him for Garneau.
Here's Flande, who tries a bunt, and Williams is going to pick it up, and that's going to be out number 2.
One more look at Jackson Williams coming over and making a play on this pop-up. Fighting the sun, not really knowing where the fence is, and in the end, making it all look easy.
Team defense-wise, the Giants second best in the San Francisco era. See the 2010 team and the 03 team. Pitches outside and low. 1 ball and no strike.
This will be the last inning for Matt Cain. Pitch count is a concern.
And a strike to even the count.
He's got to be absolutely thrilled with what he's doing today. And another thing, you see a lot of fly balls, a lot of balls just hit just off that sweet spot because he's getting late movement again. He's had a nice command of all of his pitches.
He really has.
And it really has been a search, a lot of hard work to find the release point. And this is definitely a great way to go into the offseason because he'll be expected to be in the rotation again next year.
And Blackman just got a piece.
Kane says, you know, I know it's in there, and it's just a matter of me being able to get consistent with my arm and my release point. It'd be one thing if he's throwing 84 and with lazy stuff. It's not the case. I mean, he's got his same velocity he had before he had surgery in his arm to remove bone chips.
Wrapped to right, and that'll end the inning. Blackman hit it right on the nose. Kane coming up. The Giants' top offseason priorities, and that would be, we'll be looking at starting pitching. That's what we'll be talking about in the next few days. That's right. Season will be over, but the meetings will start for Bruce Bochy and, as Larry Baer said, for Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans and the entire organization. They'll be talking about next year. Kane came off the mound, and the crowd really gave him a nice ovation, and he said, all right, you know what? I got to do this. Just makes me feel better.
It's always important to acknowledge that applause. And he pitched well today. I mean, he's got to feel good about 5 strong innings, just 2 hits allowed against this Rockies team. They're not an easy lineup to pitch to.
So Diaz is pinch hitting for Kane. And Diaz has got a base hit. So nice solid single up the middle, and here's Pagan. Pagan is 1 for 2. Affel again headed down along with Cody Guerin. Pagan, switch hitter, batting right-handed, takes a pitch down low. Shoots this one into right center field, but Blackman is right there, and he makes the catch.
Well, you want to live out your lifetime fantasy, play professional baseball? The Giants Fantasy Camp in Scottsdale, Arizona would give you the opportunity to live out that dream. Alumni coaches include Vida Blue, Hobie Landers, Jim Barr, Ed Halicki, Rich Aurelia, and many more. The 2016 Giants Fantasy Camp is scheduled for January 17th through the 24th. Go to sfgiants.com/fantasy camp or call 800-411-1919. Bill Lasky's old number.
Right back to Flande. That's 1, and that's all they'll get because of the speed of Tomlinson. So Duffy will hit with Tomlinson at first base. We'll see if Bruce Bochy has any thoughts about sending Kelby Tomlinson. Hit on the ground, and that'll end the inning. So we will head to the bottom of the 6th inning. 2-0. 2-0 Giants. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
And in 51 games this year, this is what Jeremy Affeldt has done. And this will be the last time he ever toes the rubber in a big league hardball game. And you can imagine what is going on between his ears right now. I mean, as it is, 14 years of excellence at the big league level.
And he's facing Jose Reyes. And the first pitch has popped up. It's going to be Duffy chasing Affeldt off the mound, and he makes the catch.
There's got to have to be some kind of weirdness with him out there for the last time.
Absolutely. Diaz is now in left, Parker's in center, and Williamson is in right. So Affeldt will now face Carlos Gonzalez. And we'll see what Bruce Bochy does, if he takes Affeldt out after this hitter or not. As Gonzalez takes high. You might as well leave it out there right now. Huh? 93 on the fastball. There's the family.
You know, and if you look at their faces, it's like the same look you see when a guy's making his debut.
Exactly. That is so true. Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And you'd love to see him go out on a strikeout.
See Tim Hudson probably knowing exactly what Jeremy Affeldt is going through. One ball and 1 strike. Big curveball, skied into center field for Parker. 2 down. And here comes Bruce Bochy. So Jeremy Affeldt is going to get one last ovation from this great crowd here at AT&T Park. A pretty cool sight here at AT&T Park. And that gentleman's going to hang him up.
Well, it's what happens when you're part of 3 world championships. The folks here that have come to watch you play, they're not going to forget you. And one by one, as they retire and San Francisco says goodbye to him, it's going to be more and more of this. But he like Tim Hudson earlier this weekend, I mean, he's earned this applause. I mean, he's just been fantastic. And he was part of the guys that left their mark on the city, and that's how they did it.
There's a story in every one of those with him. Every one.
So a victory walk through your dugout, the family watching, and they've got that sigh of relief that, you know, he finished strong. He had a good outing, and certainly a day that they'll never forget.
So there's your new pitcher, is Corey Guerin. Affeldt gets a pop-up and a fly ball. And now Guerin gets to face Arenado when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
And just like that, with the change of a pitcher, an era passes, and now you talk about the guy who's next on the hill. That'd be Corey Guerin.
Yep.
6 games, he's been good.
So Guerin to Arenado, and a swing and a dribbler foul. Arenado walked in the first, and then he bounced out to short in the third. Kind of slings that one, although that's the way he does throw. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, it's a high sidearm, and it's a little bit of funkiness just because of that. 3 types of pitches: fastball, slider, changeup.
Look out! 2 balls and 1 strike.
And he is not afraid to come inside.
Does look like he's mad every time he throws the ball. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
And that's what he features. I mean, it's low 90 sink. It's going to come at you. Put the ball on the ground a lot. If you're an infielder playing behind Corey Guerin, be on your toes.
Three and 2. Giants scored their 2 runs in the first inning. 4 straight singles. And he got him, and that'll end the inning. Bottom of the 6th coming up. It's 2-0 Giants. Top plays in 2015. That was a game in Oakland just about a week ago where Parker hit 3 home runs. The second inning off of Zito. Center field, Drew Pomeranz, and then the one to right off of Ryan Dull, which was a grand slam. And that won the game for the Giants. It's the first rookie in Giants history with 3 home runs in a game. A little disappointed he hasn't hit one since.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't.
It's not that easy to do. But you are right.
It's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Gonzalez Germain, hard thrower, mid to high 90s with his fastball. He's got a hard slider and a changeup.
And it's Buster Posey who swings and misses. Buster's singled twice, once to knock in a run. And the RBI for Buster Posey is 95th. Here he rolls it foul. 1-2. On deck is Parker and then Williamson. Swinging a foul back.
Posey, another stellar year with the bat behind the plate in the clubhouse.
On the ground, and this will be gloved by Reyes, and he will throw out Buster Posey. And that'll bring up Parker. Parker is 0 for 2. Here he swings and misses with Mac Williamson on deck.
That's a good changeup right there from German. See a lot of these guys coming out of the Rockies organization, and they feature kind of the same three looks. They throw hard, mid to high 90s, hard slider, and a changeup.
Three homer games since 2000. JT Snow did it in Philly. Pablo at home. The only one at home to do it was Pablo, and of course that was in a meaningless game.
Yeah, game 1 of the World Series. It's about as meaningless as, well, just kidding. Against Justin Verlander for 2 of those home runs.
Look out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Williamson on deck. Giants 2, Rockies nothing. And that's a base hit. So Parker with his first hit, bringing Williamson to the plate. Mac Williamson today is lined out to second and bounced out to short. And a strike at the knees. That's 95.
And it's an easy 95. And he's got one of those arms where you could use him 4 days a week coming out of that bullpen, and he really isn't going to lose a lot of velocity or stuff.
Williamson looking down at Roberto Kelly. Swinging the bouncer, foul. Behind Roberto Kelly, and it's 1-2. Arenado's just he's a ground ball rat, and he feels them in foul territory, tries to field them in the stands. He went over the tarp to catch a pop up against the Giants.
You're right. He's going to miss ground balls here in about a day. I mean, you were a ground ball rat.
I was a rat. I chase any kind of a ball.
Ground ball rats in the middle of the season. It'll be a hot day someplace, and They go out there and take their ground balls before a game, and coaches will have to run them off the field. They want to take their ground balls.
Outside 2-2.
That's how Bob Lillis do that with you. That's enough.
Yeah, the guy I didn't like taking ground balls from was Jim Davenport, because he could put backspin, front spin, side spin. He could put all kinds of different spin on the ball. And he could hurt you.
And he'd laugh at you.
All right, Kipe, enough. Yeah. My thumbs and my wrist are killing me.
He'd give you top spin. He'd give you back spin. Cut the ball, slice the ball.
Foul again. It stays at 2-2.
I'll never forget about 10 years ago. I said, what is the one thing you miss most about the game as a player? And you said, without even batting an eye, taking ground balls.
I do it. It was just kind of a form of relaxation. It's 2-2. Slowly to third. Williamson may have a hit. He does. He moves pretty good for a big guy. Plus it was hit in the perfect spot.
Oh, he's got all the tools, no doubt. But how about this game? His first at bat, it's an absolute laser right to the glove of Daniel Descalzo, the second baseman for the Rockies. And here he gets jammed. Guy 6'4", 240 pounds, and that's all he's got. And you know what you call that? A big league knock.
So here's Noonan.
That's 4 or 5 speed going down the line, but that was a big backswing he had to get unwound from. It's pretty good speed for a guy his size.
Noonan takes down low. One and 0 to Nick Noonan with 1 out. 2 balls, no strikes. Two-0 pitch to Noonan. And the skies went into right field for Gonzalez. So Gonzalez puts it away, 2 outs. And here's Jackson Williams.
Williams likes that first pitch fastball, so he's going to be looking for here.
And he may very well get it. In tight, 1 ball and no strikes. No runs, 2 hits. Rockies, 2 runs, 9 hits. Giants. Two and 0. So a guy that has that good a fastball hasn't used it yet in this at bat. In tight, 3-0. Remember, Diaz is on deck. Came in as a pinch hitter and stayed in the game. to strike. So now it's 3-1.
All right, here's your fastball.
Get after it.
Don't get cheated.
Up the middle. And a base hit. And they'll throw behind the runner. And it gets past Descalzo. And it's a good thing, because Parker might not have scored if Williamson would have been tagged out.
Well, almost a mistake on the base pass. And you remember, Charlie Blackmon's got 9 assists. That leads this Rockies team. So he sees an opening and throws a one-hopper. Just hits off the thumb of Descalzo. If he catches that ball, Williamson's out.
And if he catches that ball, Parker was very close to home plate. Whether he was on home plate or not, we don't know. At this point, irrelevant.
That's what we do. We talk about irrelevance.
Inside to Diaza.
Giants have not hit a ball in McCovey Cove all year long.
Sounds to me like somebody's dialing long distance.
Well, Diaza's got the power to do it. I mean, he's got good strength in that bat head.
Seeing some activity in the Rockies bullpen. Foul back. 1-2.
Germán got that ball in tight nicely. It's a rough pitch when you jam a guy and then he hits it off his foot. And I believe it's his foot. Let's take a look. Oh, how about his back leg around the knee? Not even close to his foot.
Well, I thought it was his foot.
Yeah, it would pick me up, partner. Hey, babe.
Well, I consider the whole leg the foot.
Yeah. Anything. So. Yeah, I agree.
By the way, I failed to mention, I didn't see him today, but we saw Henry Schulman yesterday.
Yes.
And, Henry's battling some health issues, and it was great to see him at the park. And he looked good and he sounded good. So, Henry, if you're watching, we definitely think about you every day, because you are a good baseball man.
Yes, he is. And we cannot give him a better compliment than that. Beat writers are like everyday players. They don't take days off.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when he was not here, he was sorely missed. So, Henry, good to see you back.
Outside the walk. So Pagan's going to get a shot. So Crawford's going to pinch hit. So Brandon Crawford is going to hit with the bases loaded here in the 6th. The run in. Crawford with a sharp ground ball, and it's hit right at Rosario, and that's going to end the inning. Through 6, Giants 3, Rockies nothing. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Bergman and Kane started. Kane threw very well. Buster Posey's got a couple of hits. Matt Duffy with an RBI single in the first inning, and the Giants lead 3-0. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
New pitcher now for Bruce Bochy will be Sergio Romo. 70th game that he has come into. And for Romo, another outstanding season. 71 strikeouts in 56 2/3 innings. Two types of fastball, slider, changeup. From a low 3/4 release.
And he'll be facing Corey Dickerson, who's popped out twice. And the pitch is wide for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Rosario and then Descalzo here in the 7th. And popped up again. So Tomlinson is going to put it away.
Giants sellout streak is over 400 games and counting. And Giants season tickets are currently sold out. You can get on deck right now for your shot at the 2016 season. Tickets with a $500 per seat non-refundable deposit. You need to call 415-972-2298 or Giants sales execs are standing by. Or you can always go to sfgiants.com/season.
So here's Rosario. And a breaking ball that had Rosario going in the other direction. It's no balls and 1 strike. Had a pop-up that Noonan made a great play on in the 2nd. And then he bounced out to Buster Posey in the 4th. Swing and a miss. Another 2.
He swung as hard as that ball was throwing. Just kind of waved through it. And that frisbee slider, it can do this to a big league hitter. Oh. Just very little lower body through it. Swinging a sword.
Right back to Romo, who knocks it down and throws him out. And here's Descalzo. So Descalzo, who's popped out and flied out.
Bochy wants to make a change. He's making sure that his son Brett was ready. And this is going to get a nice applause for Sergio Romo, and that's what this is all about.
So Romo departs with a standing ovation.
CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com and by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
3-0 Giants as Brett Bochy's about to face Daniel Descalzo. And the first pitch is wide, 1 ball and no strikes.
The numbers for Bochy since he's been called up, he's been perfect. 3 strikeouts and 2 1/3. 1 hit, 1 walk. Nobody has scored. Fastball, slider, 2 types of grip with the fastball. Throw a changeup at you.
And this is popped up. It's going to be a long run, and Williamson tracks it down, and that'll end the inning. A lot of pop-ups today. Bottom of the 7th coming up.
Giants, what do you say we check in with Amy G?
Jeremy Affolter joining us right after you've left the dugout. I'm sure your emotions are a little bit raw right now, but if you would share your thoughts on your final visit to the mound, and you had a real good outing.
Yeah. Leave it up to Boch to warm me up 3 times in the game. He's just trying to make it a standard deal for me. But, yeah, my emotions were actually really high. I was, I had to focus on throwing strikes, so that probably helped me a little bit. And then I tried to throw one as hard as I could, and it still wasn't that hard, and I felt like I had to pick my rotator cuff up on the mound. But I told the guys I'd try it, and I tried it. But you know what? All that stuff helped, the distraction of all that. And I'm very thankful, and I'm very thankful the way it ended, and I'm very thankful for how I got to go out. And so thankful that I got to pitch after Matt, too. He's someone that I admire and I'm really pulling for, and so to be able to pitch in the same game as him meant a lot to me.
And you didn't come in and ruin his performance, like he likes to say.
Yeah, I didn't cash in any runs, but he didn't leave any runs on for me to cash in. But and I didn't steal his win, no, so it was great.
Last one for you. I got emotional. I mean, right now, I'm sorry, but you warned us that you were going to cry. You did not warn us that we were going to cry. Not a dry eye in the house, and that really is a testament to how you're thought of by this fan base and by your teammates. And what can you make of that?
Yeah, I think I'm very thankful for the fans. I'm very thankful for everybody I thanked. I even missed people. I knew I was going to miss people, but one thing that I try not to be I try not to, I guess, wear a mask. I want to be transparent, and I'm going to cry. And like I said out there, it's human to cry, and there's an emotion there. And so I was very thankful that I had the opportunity to say what I wanted to say. And a lot of guys don't get to do that. And so my biggest fear was how am I going to say what I want to say in the limited time that I have it, but then let people know it was genuine. And I did my best out there to do it, and I sat down with a couple people that could help organize my thoughts a little bit, and I'm just glad that I was able to relay it to all the people that I felt really needed to have a message relayed to them in a heartfelt way. So I'm very happy I got to do that.
Thank you so much for all the years. It's been a true pleasure, and it's good to know that if we're crying, it's only because we're human.
That's right.
We're going to miss this guy. Let's get it back to you.
All right, thanks, Jeremy, and thanks to Amy. As Tomlinson was a hit away from getting closer to, although is he right on 300 now?
Oh no, he's like 306 now.
Oh, perfect. All
So
right.
he's accomplished the mission, and that was to hit 300. He came into this game at 299.
I mean, if you're Descalzo, come on, just let it go.
Well, he's hitting at 303 right now, so he's done.
There
well.
you go. So here's Duffy. Duffy takes one way outside when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Justin Miller, the new pitcher now for Colorado, 3-3 on the year with a 4.18 ERA. Over a strikeout an inning. He's got good stuff. Mid-90s fastballs, hard slider and a changeup. He will sink and cut that fastball.
Duffy to right. Gonzalez will put it away. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Buster Posey. Buster today singled twice, hit the ball hard, but Reyes back in it and threw him out. And Buster takes a strike on the outside corner. Ain't gonna miss. Nothing in 2.
Good fastball, 96 around the inside corner. Not many fastballs get thrown by Buster Posey. And he was tardy on that one.
So 1-2 with Parker to follow should Buster Posey reach here in the 7th. Tap to third. Arenado is going to glove it and throw, and Posey's thrown out by a half a step. We will head to the 8th. It's 3-0 Giants.
presented by authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
3-0 Giants, 8th inning. Mike Broadway is the new pitcher for the Giants.
Well, let's take a look at the year that Mike Broadway has had. 20 games, 0-2 with a 5.40 ERA. Almost a strikeout an inning. Good fastball, mid to high 90s. Hard slider and a changeup.
Facing Dustin Garneau. And a big swing and a miss at 94, and it's 0-1.
Kind of a peekaboo style for Broadway. As he starts his motion, just sort of curls his front shoulder, then kind of throws around that front shoulder.
Swinging a pop-up. That's going to be straight back and out of play. Christian Adames has grabbed a bat, so he is in the on-deck circle. That would be the 8th spot, or the 9th spot in this lineup.
George Contos, Josh Osich. We could see them all this inning.
Absolutely. We might see the 40-man roster. Hit out to right, and Williamson is underneath it, and he makes the catch. All right, let's check in with Amy G.
All right, guys, this is it, our final fan photo contest entry. It is brought to you and has been brought to you all season long by T-Mobile. This one, it's a tribute to two of my favorites from Chris Gomez. Not all MVPs are on the active players rosters. Kruko, Kuiper, best in the biz. Heck yeah, I'm on board with that one. Great season, you two. I love you.
Well, we love you, Amy G. You are the color in this broadcast because you liven it up. So bless your heart. You had a great season, kid. Thank you.
Amy, try some fish this offseason.
And she needs to improve that diet just a little bit.
Here's Adames. Yeah, George Frazier, the gentleman on your left, is retiring. This is his last game, and he's done it for what, 19 years?
Yeah.
See, Rockies color analyst. There's George.
Big league pitcher for 10 years, 5 different teams. A great career as a player, and he had a great career as a broadcaster now. So nice going, George.
George leaving on his own terms.
Yeah, and he's got the Rose Parade Queen wave down to a pat. There you go.
That's Jeff Hewson, who will do some of the games in George's absence next year with one ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, Drew Goodman, he'll be doing those games with Drew. These guys here, they're getting to the bottom of the cotton candy. Whoever's got the longest reach gets the last part of it. All right, stay tuned immediately after Giants baseball for Esurance Giants postgame live. Highlights, reaction, analysis. It's all coming up right after the game. There you see our colleagues over on the radio side, John and Dave, and Lee Jones in the middle.
It looked like Lee was paying attention.
No, I think something's going on with Lee.
Erwin Higueros, Tito Fuentes, our voices on Spanish radio. Blazed the trail this year and had the first Spanish broadcast on TV. They did a great job. A lot of fun to be around.
It's 2-2 to Adames. This is hit well to left. Diaza on the move. It is caught at the wall. Nice play here in the 8th. Put an exclamation point behind that one.
Well, and don't forget there's sun on this play. The ball has lots of carry, And Diaz gets a great jump going right back to the wall, and at the last minute reaches out and puts it right in the sweet spot.
In the old pocket. So Bruce Bochy's coming out. We are going to take a break. Giants are leading 3-0, and we'll be back.
Plays of the year, and it has everything to do with Madison Bumgarner. 5 home runs this season, including 1 against Clayton Kershaw, and then in June against the Rockies he does it to Christian Bergman, and then against the A's in July, Chris Bassett, he serves it up, and then Casey Jensen against the Nationals. See you later. And his last one would come against the Pirates. And Jeff Locke, Gonzo, most home runs by a pitcher in San Francisco history, 1 short of the franchise record hit by Hal Schumacher, had 6 in 1934. And that's the company that he joined this year with his 5 home runs. Our Solar Company electrifying plays of the year.
So here's Osich to face Charlie Blackmon with 2 outs here in the 8th. So you think the skipper's managing this like an all-star game?
Yeah, I think he's managing it
to win.
But he also wants to gather some applause for his players, who he's quite proud of. And it's a great way to do it.
There's a strike to Charlie Blackmon, who's 0 for 3. Blackmon skies one into left center field. Diaz is shading his eyes. He's there, and that'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3 inning. Giants are coming up. Parker will lead things off. And Mac tomorrow morning on KMBR 680. Murph stopped by before the game with his wife Candace and the two boys. It was great to see him.
Yeah. The Murphy family having a day at the yard.
Say this about Murph and Mac, but Murph because he was here. He's a fan.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely
and,
is.
And he's a fan of all the teams. And he bleeds it hard. So here's brothers to Parker, and it's 0-1.
Saw the numbers for Rex Brothers. It's a hard thrower. Mid-90s fastball, hard slider, changeup. It's kind of the basic three pitches you see come at you consistently out of the bullpen for these Rockies.
And it's Parker out of play down the left field line.
All right, lefty. Got a pick, out of it.
Not a problem, huh? Dropped her phone, but she made the catch.
Not a problem. Give up a phone to get a hard ball? Don't even ask. Of course.
Out of play again. I don't know about that one, Mikey. No.
Oh, gee.
Do not go over. I don't think that gentleman on the left had any idea.
He was close. He started a lean going over the rail, and somebody pulled him back in, so I think it was his date.
0-2. And Parker with a base hit to left. How about that at bat?
It's not the way you want to go about it at bat, getting down in the count 0-2 to a guy who's got a hard slider like Brothers. But boy, did he come up with a nice piece of hit in the opposite way. Beats him on that slider.
On the ground to Brothers. That's one. Not in time.
Now Brothers threw one of the best changeups he's ever thrown to Jose Reyes at shortstop.
He did.
I mean, all right, does he touch the base? No.
And Bruce Bochy's going to have him look at it.
I mean, he wasn't even close. And you know, there is a neighborhood play that allows for you to be off the bag to protect the middle infielders. But if a throw draws you away from the bag, then you can appeal. And the throw does draw him away from the bag, and he never made contact with the bag. Second base umpire Jerry Meals. But I think they got him at first. I mean, you might see two appeals. You might see the Giants win the appeal at second, and then the Rockies appeal the play at first.
Got a guy in scoring position then. And Bruce Bochy's now, once Bruce Bochy puts his hands on his hips and he starts to lean, then he's got an issue with something.
Well, that's the point he's making. The throw drew him off the bag. And Jerry Meals, who's 5'3" tall, is just making his case.
Yeah, just look at it. Oh, first a meeting?
Yeah, what'd you think?
Yeah. Look, I had this guy with a really large head yelling at me. What should we do? Come on.
Well, you respect the game. You play it right.
Yes.
You question everything. There's a size difference between Bochy and Jerry Meals, and it's even worse with Jerry Meals and his fellow umpire Jordan Baker. You see the tall umpire there. He's 6'8". He's the tallest umpire in the game.
If you're Meals, you just got to stand next to somebody else. That's all.
I read this wrong. He's not 5'3", he's 5'9", so I beg your pardon. He just seemed 5'3".
All right, now this here is a little too long.
You're right. This is too long.
It is.
This is too long on the first day of the season. It's certainly too long on the last day of the season. At this point, just flip a coin and we'll all be happy.
So they're not going to look at it. And Bruce Bochy can't quite believe that. And now Walt Weiss is going to do what you think.
He's going to say, I think we got him out at first.
He's saying, look, if you look at this, you're only going to look at the play at first, right? You're not going to look at the play at second. Because we really don't want you to look at the play at second.
Well, here's the play at first. And I think that it's very close. They could go either way with this. You're saying, why don't they look at the play at second? Well, that's the neighborhood play. They don't have to. It's the discretion of the umpire.
I think that needs to be looked at in the offseason.
Yeah, you know, it's designed to protect the middle infielder, but in this particular instance, it clearly states in the rule that if a throw draws the person off the bag, then that sort of takes it away from the neighborhood play. And the Giants are going to get the shaft on both of these calls.
This replay review is presented by Xfinity.
And here's the back end of it, and they got him. I mean, this is going to get, he's going to be out.
I'd like to have him show on the scoreboard the first one.
Yeah, if they did that, this place would set up a booth.
I mean, it would give you an idea, or the fans an idea, why Bruce Bochy was out there. Can we call the scoreboard room? So Williamson is out. So the hitter is going to be Noonan. This was the play we're talking about.
I mean, he wasn't close to the bag, but clearly you see the low throw takes him off the bag. Now that all of a sudden wipes out the neighborhood play. And because he was off the bag, that should have been reviewed, and he should have been ruled safe.
Oh, well. Foul back. And there's a pitch that Noonan cannot hold up on.
It won't bite. You don't have to feed it. And it'll always be there for you to pet. It's called a baseball.
And Noonan is out on 3 pitches. So we'll go to the 9th. And the Giants are leading 3-0. today at 5:30 right here on CSN Bay Area. Get the highlights of this game. You get reaction to the 49ers and Packers, and also the reaction to the Raiders and Bears. So check it out. Sportsnet Central. So Javier Lopez is the new pitcher to start things off here in the ninth.
Well, let's take a look at this brilliant season that he had. 76 games he appeared in. This is number 77, 1-0 with a 1.38 ERA. And just 18 hits allowed in 39 innings of work, 34 base runners allowed, 26 strikeouts. On Jeremy Affeldt Day.
So 1 ball and no strikes to Lopez, and Lopez will hit one out to center field for Parker. And Parker will stay with it and put it away. By the way, I really want to thank our crew, and it's just an umbrella thank you to everybody. And we know how good they are, and we know how good they are because we've been with them for a very long time. So thanks to them. And see Alma in the middle there, who's our stage manager on the road. Thank you to her, and thank you to all of them. They're fantastic, every last one. And I would have Mike name everyone, but we'd be here for a while.
Well, we do feel that they're the best in the business. Our camera people, the folks in the truck.
So here's Rafael Inoa, who hits one past Noonan into left field for a base hit. So Inoa with the base hit, and that'll bring up Arenado, and Bruce Bochy's coming out. So Contos is coming in. We'll take another break. We're at AT&T Park, and it's 3-0 Giants. For Javier Lopez, not goodbye forever, but goodbye to this season. As he departs, he will be back next year, and that's a good thing. And he deserves that applause. He's fabulous once again this year.
And it was such a great story because you watch him come into spring training and come up with new pitches. He said, I need to change. I need to get better. And he brought in a changeup, different kind of fastball, and it really gave him a great year. And so did George Contos, who's coming into the game right now. He came with more looks this year. He's had a great year. 73rd time he's come in with a 1.96 ERA.
And he's facing Nolan Arenado, who's 0 for 2. And he takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. Dickerson to follow. Giants are leading 3-0. And a base hit to left field. So you think you're going to hold Arenado down for an offer. Think again. And now here's Dickerson, and he represents the tying run.
Cody Hall heading down to the Giants bullpen quickly.
Ben Paulson has grabbed a bat. He's in the on-deck circle. Dickerson today has hit 3 pop-ups, so you give an idea what he's trying to do, and even more so now.
He's trying to lift and separate. You're absolutely right. Well, he's now the tying run, so that philosophy in that batter's box is not going to change today. He's going to try and yank.
Foul back. It's Nothingham 2. Deep to right, and tied. It's a 3-3 ball game. Well, that's what we said they were trying to do. And it's a 3-3 ball game.
Goes down in an 0-2 count, gets a slider down and in at the knees, and just golfs it right out of here. He never changed his approach. He never adjusted in 2 strikes. He was looking to get long. And we got a brand new ball game, partner.
So here's Paulson. Ben Paulson will pinch hit. And the pitch is wide, 1-0.
And what the fans feel like? Yep, that's right. We feel the same way.
And a base hit up the middle. So Paulson with a single. And Bruce Bochy's coming out. So Cody Hall's coming in. Contos is departing. It's a tie ball game. by Corey Dickerson here in the ninth. And there's Cody Hall, who's going to face Daniel Descalzo with a runner at first and 1 out. Reyes opened up the inning with an out, a fly ball to center.
There you see the numbers for Cody Hall. 8 hits allowed, 8 1/3, 7 strikeouts against 3 walks. It's low to mid 90s with velocity of the fastball. He's got a split and a little nickel slider.
And the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss by or a foul by Descalzo, and it's no balls and 1 strike. So a big fly by Dickerson spoils the party today.
So far.
Down low.
And there's the split. That's where he wanted to get some position in the count to where he can try and throw that split at you. That's what he feels is his best strikeout pitch against righties or lefties.
One ball and 1 strike. Not going to get that pitch. 2-1. Garneau is on deck. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Good fastball.
Good location. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch is wide, so it's 3-2.
So there was his opportunity in the 2-2 count to throw that split. And it was a pretty easy take.
Paulson goes. It's down low.
So a mistake there from Hall, because now with that walk, Rockies have a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Dave Righetti going to come out, have a discussion about that split. Start talking about what are you pitching for here? What do you have that is best suited to get the ground ball that you're pitching for? Sliders, 2-seam fastballs. If you miss down. You're not pitching for the strikeout.
So here's the catcher, Garneau. Garneau is 0 for 3.
So another meeting. Get behind home plate. Jackson Williams realized that I don't know what the signs are. Where's the second?
Well, now he does. Is Garneau stands in. Since the fly ball off the bat of Jose Reyes, single home run, single walk. Low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Nobody in that bullpen. I mean, this is Cody Hall's inning.
Now, right after Mike said that, Petit jogging down to the pen. And that's a base hit into center field. The bases are going to be loaded because Paulson went back. So now they're loaded. That's 6 straight Rocky hitters that have reached. And the hitter is going to be Morneau.
Bruce Bochy told Buster Posey go out and have a talk with Cody Hall just to give Petit some time to get loose down there in the Giants bullpen.
Well, Petit's not throwing like he's in a hurry. So here's Morneau, and here the Rockies can take the lead. And the first pitch is wide, 1-0.
And he opened it up with a split finger, and he just does not have a feel of that split. He's flying that front shoulder, he's dragging his arm, and he keeps missing up and into a righty away from the lefty every time.
Two balls and no strikes.
And the longer he goes without throwing a strike, the harder it's going to be to throw a strike.
So he's got to come in now, otherwise it gets really tight. Out of play, he does. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And all Morneau is looking for is something up that he can get in the outfield deep enough to score Paulson from third. Paulson's got pretty good speed, so it's not going to have to be that much of a fly ball. The best arm that the Giants have in their outfield is in right with Mac Williamson. He's got a great arm.
Down the left field line, this is going to be foul, so it's now 2-2. So Hall has bounced back to get it to 2-2. Hit on the ground and a base hit. 1 run's going to score. The throw is going to go to third, and Duffy is going to keep it close, and it's now 5-3. So Hall got the ground ball. It was just out of reach of Kelby Tomlinson. Seven straight hitters have reached. And this is going to be a double switch. Rockies have scored 5 times here in the 9th. It's 5-3. And Yusmeiro Petit's going to come in to try to get the Giants off the field.
New pitcher now for the Giants is going to be Yusmeiro Petit, and we'll take a look at his body of work in 2015. This will be the 42nd game that he has come into. 1-1 with a 3.70 ERA. He's been invaluable, and he's been a guy that you can rely on to do everything in the bullpen. From come in early to a ball game to situationally pitch, he's done everything. He's even got himself a save.
So here's Charlie Blackmon with runners at second and third. And Blackmon takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. On deck is Reyes, who's made the only out in the inning.
Blackmon with very good speed.
First base is open. It's 2 balls and no strikes. And that's foul, probably into the water.
That's an impressive strike. Give the guys in the kayak something to do.
Okay, here we go. Some of them were taking a nap.
The race is on.
Two balls, 1 strike. Three and 1. A 5-run ninth for Colorado. 0s through 8. And a base hit into center field. Morneau's going to try to score, and Posey will cut it off. The throw to first. And no. They're going to say Blackmon got back in. So Tomlinson had the ball there in plenty of time. It appears that he didn't tag him.
Posey, perfect throw. And I'm not sure really what happened there as to why he didn't get the tag on him. And Blackmon just did some very creative arm movement to avoid the tag. Plain and simple.
So here's Reyes, who takes down low, or make that a low strike, and it's 0-1. Inoa is on deck. He started things off here in the 9th with a base hit. Runner goes, and Blackman's going to steal it.
Well, for Blackmon, that's steal number 43 on the year. I mean, what a year this guy's had. 43 stolen bases, 17 home runs, 58 RBIs. That's your leadoff guy.
And that's off the end of the bat. Foul. One and 2. So Reyes trying to extend the consecutive runners to reach here in the 9th. 2-2.
Close, but Carlos Torres, played umpire, says no dice. And I think Carlos Torres is a pretty good umpire. He's done a nice job today. First time we've had a chance to see him.
Yeah, the young umpires have been very good. dirt. Blocked by Williams. 3-2. So the inning that won't end.
Oh, I got to be honest with you. I didn't really see this coming. But Giants have been frozen on the 1 out.
Three and two. And this is hit to Buster Posey. And they'll get the second out. And here's Enoa. Enoa got the base hit off of Lopez to get things going. There's the play by Buster.
Let's see, first base umpire Andy Fletcher signaling fair ball as it went over the bag.
Look out, 1 ball and no strikes.
A little fastball he's trying to go in and side with, and winds up throwing it right up around his dome. You do not want to get hit in the head the last day of the year.
First day or last day? Down low, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. Arenado to follow. Fouled out of play, 2-1. Angels eliminated today?
Yes, they were. They had a 3-2 ball game, and then all of a sudden Texas blew up a 6-run inning late, and they wound up losing 9-2.
To Posey. Nope, Buster missed the bag. The inning that won't end.
Yeah, the Giants can look at it. Posey. Yeah, he got it. That'll get.
So you can put 1-3. How in the world Andy Fletcher missed that? I have no idea.
Well, an inning like this could put you to sleep. This will be quick, believe it or not.
So he's out at first, and that'll end the inning. Giants are coming up. 7 runs scored in the top of this inning.
So John Axford, the closer, comes in now to try and close it out for the Rockies and for the 2015 season. 25 saves on the year. Axford, a hard thrower. Big curveball and a slider. Those are his specialty pitches. And a high 3/4 release. So the break on his curveball is a very acute 12-6 one. She says, thank you for a great season. We love you all, and we heart you all as well.
So Jackson Williams is going to lead things off. Williams is 1 for 3. There's Ben Paulson at first. Kyle Parker is in right field. And Williams takes outside for a ball.
Jake Peavy talking over with Tim Hudson.
There's a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Williams fouls it back. It's 1-2.
Brett Alexander, the Giants director of travel, and what a great year he has had. You talk about a difference maker in an organization. He's the guy that does all the nuts and bolts when the guys leave the ballpark, head on a bus, get on a plane, and go to the hotels around the country. He's just as first class can be.
1-2 pitch. It's hit right back to Axford. 1 out. For fear that you'll get a better room if I don't reply to that, I'll say I agree with you.
Veteran move. But that's the beauty of Brett Alexander. I mean, he treats everybody like they're Buster Posey. I mean, and that's important over the long haul.
It's another fine year for Buster Posey. Here's Diaza. Diaza fouls it out of play. Marlon Byrd is on deck. And nice catch.
Well, that is a nice play because he had one drop out of his glove yesterday.
Same guy?
Yes, same guy.
Took until 2 outs before the season's over to redeem himself, but he did it.
Well, he showed up before the game in front of the booth going, I'm back, I brought my glove, and I'm going to make a play.
And he did.
And there he is. Yesterday he dropped one. And he was thinking a lot about it. So there's his redeemer, and he makes the play.
Outside for a ball.
It is a day for sunglasses.
It'd be great to see those two guys together next year.
Joe Panik on your left, still rehabbing. He'll be healthy in spring. And what a year Brandon Crawford has had. And really, we feel very strongly he should be the Gold Glove recipient this year at shortstop.
Well, I mean, that might be a little bit biased, but I do think he deserves it. Diaza takes a walk.
Started with a walk.
Here's Marlon Byrd. We're hoping that he'll be back next year. I think the one thing, Mike, about what we've seen with this organization is guys that end up coming over here from other organizations. When they're here, they'd like to stay. And that's across the board. So the atmosphere is very good. Third out of play.
Well, he's been a great ad, and he's a guy that knows everybody in the league. I mean, you could use him as an everyday player. You could use him off the bench, and he's always going to give you a good at bat. He's a guy that knows every bullpen, every closer, every setup guy. I mean, and that type of knowledge is invaluable, especially when you're trying to win a ball game late that's close.
And the fastball is high. 1-2. This game started at 12:21. Breezed along at 3-0 for a long time. Foul back.
And then it was the never-ending inning in the top of the 9th inning where the Rockies scored 7. Giants in this ball game have used 11 pitchers. And the significance of that is that the 11 pitchers are the most ever used in a 9-inning ball game in Giants history, and that's club history going back 133 years.
Bird drives it to right, and this is going to be a base hit, and it's off of archway number 1. Piazza will stop at third, and it's a double for Marlon Bird.
Now wouldn't it be something? Because here comes the heart of the Giants order right now. There's nobody in the bullpen now for the Rockies. I mean, why would you? You got your closer out there, Axford. Tomlinson checking in, 2 for 4 on the day, and really, he could have 4 hits. Hit the ball hard all 4 times.
With Duffy to follow. Up and in, 1 ball and no strikes. I don't know. Axford taking his time. Tomlinson waiting. And a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
The cutter in there to steal strike 1. Tomlinson thought it was high. We've seen a lot of high strikes today from Carlos Torres, the plate umpire. This being one of those high strikes.
Two balls and a strike. Three and one. Action.
Very quickly, Jairo Diaz heading down to the bullpen. As this is getting a little weird in the mind of Walt Weiss, the skipper of the Rockies.
And the walk.
So that's a significant walk because now the Giants are going to get the tie and run in the batter's box.
Oh, what the heck. Hit one out and tie it up, for crying out loud.
Well, we could go bloop and a blast.
We can do that too.
Steve Foster, the pitching coach, going to come out, and this is just a stall to get Diaz a little time to get loose. Diaz has already been up once. He's had a hump, so it shouldn't take him too long to get ready. But that's all Foster's doing. He's just killing time. Duffman, oh yeah. Piazza, Bird, and Tomlinson are your base runners. Bags are full. They bunch the outfield. They give the line on the left field, and they give it on the right side of the field.
And the first pitch to Duffy is a strike, and it's 0-1.
Hard little cutter on the outside corner. That's a perfect pitch. You're not looking for that first pitch. Duffy's a guy who'll get greedy too. I mean, he'll look to go long. He'll look for a side of the plate, look for a speed. 12 home runs on the year.
Oh, 2.
98 down below the knees on the outside corner.
On 2. Very high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Posey watching from the on deck circle.
Outside by about the width of a ball at 98. Duffy up there grinding him.
Knaxford gets the sign. So here's Buster Posey.
Buster Posey!
And Buster will ambush that first fastball if he gets it.
He's going to try.
So those who have waited around will get to see this at bat with the tying run in the batter's box. Roll to third. Arenado's got it, and that's the ball game. So the Giants lose the lead in the 9th. They do get the tying run to the plate, and Buster Posey bounces out, and that'll do it. So your final score is 7-3, and we're going to wait around because we're going to hear from some Giants on the field. But there's a disappointed Bruce Bochy, I'm sure, because this one goes on his ledger as well.
Well, yeah, indeed. I mean, this is a game that I'm sure he felt he thought he had the bag. But, you know, you credit the Rockies. They played it out, and they played it, respected the game, and they walk out of here winning the series with a 7-3 victory here. That will definitely shorten the flight to Colorado.
So I think if you just look back real quick, Mike, at the recap of this game, and really a nice outing for Matt Cain. Matt Cain had a chance for a win.
Well, with one out in the night, nobody on base, all of a sudden he's thinking that's going to go in the win column, and then whoop, abruptly, 8 hitters got on base, and the Rockies would put up a 7th spot. So that win was taken away. But what is going to be remaining in the minds of Bruce Bochy and Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans and Dave Righetti was that Matt Cain solved some problems. He had a consistency with his command today. He was able to command 4 pitches and allow just 2 hits to this Rocky lineup that are very potent offensively. And so that's something that I'm sure Matt Cain will feel very positive about as he takes that into the offseason. He has a lot to work to do between now and spring training, but this is definitely a positive.
And another day where the Giants honored one of their former players, and that was Jeremy Affeldt. Before the game, Jeremy Affeldt got into the game, and he faced 2 hitters, and he retired Reyes and Gonzalez. Not exactly 2 softies. So I think Bruce Bochy wanted to accomplish that, and he did, and Affeldt did a nice job.
Well, I think that he was as nervous in this game like he was perhaps even more nervous than he was in any of the playoff games in 2010, 12, and 14. He didn't want to ruin the party, and the party was all about him, all about his retirement, about his career. The Giants gave him an incredible send-off after an emotional pregame ceremony, and he got to walk off one last time as a big league pitcher, tip his hat, and the ovation was loud, and people got on their feet, said goodbye to him, and I'm sure he'll never, ever forget today.
And when you look back at this season, and if you just look back at this last week, the Giants said goodbye to Tim Hudson, his choice. Giants said goodbye to Jeremy Affeldt, his choice. And we always admire guys that have a chance to do that. Not everybody does. And those 2 guys did. The Giants will end up with a record of 84-77. I mentioned it during the broadcast that 90 wins it's kind of the benchmark where if you don't get to the playoffs, you're going to get close. Giants ended up shy of that, and maybe they would not have made it with 90 wins. But with what happened to this team with the injuries and then more injuries and then more injuries, the Giants really had to use some people they didn't expect to use, and some good stories came out of. If there's such a thing as good stories coming out of injuries, there was a couple of good stories.
Well, you're looking at one great story right there, and they didn't really have an answer in the organization, so they went out of the organization to get a third baseman. Casey McGee came to spring training. He was going to play third and try and follow in the footsteps of Pablo Sandoval. It did not work out, and there to take the spot and wind up having a tremendous season was Matt Duffy, who hit a solid .295 on the year and had just played a nice, clean third base. So having really, literally learned to play the position here at the big league level, Kelby Tomlinson, Josh Osich, lots of nice surprises this year.
All right, let's listen to Rennell as she has taken the microphone on the field.
And 2014 world champion San Francisco Giants! And now we're going to have a few words from the skipper and some of your favorite Giants players. And they want to show their appreciation for you, the very best fans in all of Major League Baseball. That's you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Up top, make some noise. Arcade, make some noise. Bleachers, make some noise. And now it is my pleasure to turn the microphone over to a future Hall of Fame manager. Please give it up for the skipper, everybody. Number 15, Bruce Bochy.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank you for making AT&T Park the best place to play the game of baseball. You have done it. Every night this place is electric, and for that, we thank you. We have You know, we had some rough patches here this year, but here you are every night, and for that, we can't thank you enough. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. And now I know next year's an even year. We got some work to do, so let's let these guys heal up, and we'll see if we can get something done here. All right, next year we will be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Skip. Now to say a few words, everybody. Give it up for this great pitcher, number 32. What he means to us, Ryan Vogelsong. Give it up.
Thank you. You know, a couple days ago, they asked me if I would say something today, and I thought about it, and I don't even know what words can describe how great you guys are, fans. And I thought about what Hunter said last year, and I saw it up there on the board a couple minutes ago. Saying you're the best fans in the world doesn't do you justice. You're more than that. You're a part of us. You're a part of the city. You're a part of the heartbeat. We can't thank you enough for everything that you guys do for us. I got drafted by the Giants in 1998, and not long after that, I went to my first Giants game in Candlestick. And I walked by a souvenir stand, and I saw a T-shirt, and it said, "All men are created equal, but some of us are lucky enough to become giants." And when I was younger, I didn't really understand what that meant. But after the last 5 years, I understand what that means. It means it's special. And it's special because our front office picks certain guys to put on this uniform that says Giants. And there's something so honorable about wearing this jersey, I can't even describe it to you. And it's special because of this city, and it's special because of you. Because you're loyal, because you're energy, because you're passionate, and because you support us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know where I'm going to be at next year or what the front of my jersey is going to say, but I do know one thing. I will always, always be a Giant. So before we throw these balls out, one last time, let's give it up for Jeremy Alfelt and Tim Hudson. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vogie. One more time for Ryan Vogelsong, a forever Giant. Forever Giant. All right, once again, would you please give it up for your 2015, still the reigning world champions, your San Francisco Giants. Anybody else? We good? And now they have some final gifts for you, fans. Fellas, whenever you're ready, it's time for the ball tossing. Let's go. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next year. And good afternoon from AT&T Park.
So the Giants are going to go out and they're going to wing some balls around and have some fun, and it does give me a chance to say that thanks for another great year, partner.
Partner, it's my pleasure.
And we got a few more left.
I hope.
Yes, we do. We will see to that. You and your workout and diet and my workout and diet, who knows? We might go another half year.
It'll be a good half year.
Yeah, well, lots of laughs and lots of fun. But all in all, good season. Today ended up on a down note, but I don't think many people are even going to remember that. All right, for one last time, final score, one last time this year. Final score, Rockies 7, Giants 3. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned. Esurance Giants postgame live with interviews and the wrap. That's going to start right now.